Welcome. Welcome to this course where you will learn how to develop and deploy React Native apps. With this course, you will make a start into the mobile app development career with the most popular technology in demand, which is in the market. So let's look at what are the things that you will learn in this course. First, we will start with what is React Native. Then we will do a comparison between React Native and React JS. After that, we will set up the local development environment with Expo, which is going to help us develop things faster. We don't have to go through the hassle of installing Android Studio or Xcode for doing local development. Then on, we will create our first React Native app and then we will create our first component. We will understand the life cycle of the whole React Native application, how it works. After that, we will look at some of the core components that React Native provides. Then we will move on to styling our components and then what are the do's and don'ts that we should keep in mind while styling our React Native components. Then we will move on to learning about how to debug your app on your real device and also how you to see the logs in console. After that, we will develop a project which will be a task manager application, and in that project we will learn a lot of things like we will learn how to use state variables, how to take user input. Then we will learn how to break down a big application into small reusable logical components and then how to pass data between the components. After that, we will see how to apply loops or do the repetitive work in the component and how to do the rendering for those looping components. Then we will see how to apply conditional rendering or dynamic rendering, which will help us to hide and show certain things based on, our state variables data. We will also learn to do validation, specifically input validation. Then we will move on to see how to work with pop-up models, working with animation, how to use image which is kept in your React Native app, how to access them and show them on the UI. Finally, we will build our Android APK files for preview and production mode so that we can install that in our phone and then we can see for ourselves how is our app behaving. Of course, we will also see how to create a build for production so that you can directly deploy the app to the App Store. And all this we will do without the use of Android APK or Xcode. We will use free software or free service that will help us do this. Next on, we will see how to use navigation and routing in React Native, how to pass data between the components while navigating. We will see how to implement a go back functionality. Then we will do another project which will be a movie app project. And here we will give the user a search box where the user can enter any name of the movie that they want to search. And we will then make a REST API remote call to fetch the matching movies for this search term. Then we'll loop through those data which is fetched from the API and show them on the UI. And we'll also see how to display a image if it is coming as a remote URL. Finally, we will also build an APK file for this and install it on the phone. During this process, we will learn how to do development and debugging also using browser. And then you should be ready for making your own apps by this time, and then you could be going ahead and exploring your career in mobile app development using React Native. So all this are included in the course, but we are also going to have some more tips and tricks that we will discuss in the course. So if this sounds interesting to you, then join me in the course. Thank you.
Welcome. Let's try to answer the question, what exactly is React Native? So we know that React.js is a library that helps us build reusable components. And using these reusable components, we can develop a whole application. And we have seen that when we use React.js as the development library, we have to have the concept of DOM, which is Shadow DOM. So we develop our application using React concepts, and then we use something called as React DOM. So all these JSX components that we create in React.js, the whole component tree gets written onto the browser or onto the browser's DOM with the help of the package called React DOM. So if we see, React itself is platform independent, which means we can do a lot of things with React. But if we want to do the web development part with React, we need to have the additional capability of React DOM, which takes this JSX built components and compiles it in such a way that it gets represented as the actual DOM in the browser, and that is done with the help of React DOM. So what exactly is React Native then? Well, React Native is similar to what React.js and React DOM does, but React Native is for developing mobile apps, not web application. So if you want to develop web application, go with React.js. If you want to develop mobile apps, does not matter what kind of apps, iOS or Android apps, then you have to use React Native. And React Native provides us a collection of special React components. Yes, special React components. We use these special React components in any React component that we create. But then these components which we use, these special React components that we use, are not compiled to be shown on the browser. Instead, they are compiled in such a way that they will be used as native components of Android or iOS. So these special React components are compiled to native UI elements, and when we say native, it is native to the platform, iOS or Android. Now native platform APIs gets exposed to the JavaScript. So what happens is, from our React native application, we can access the Android or iOS native capabilities like camera, phone book, messages, all those we can access. How is that possible? The native platform API is exposed by iOS and Android, which we can access it via JavaScript and talk to those native features like camera or phone book. So React Native is similar to React DOM, but instead React DOM converts the components to web supported tree. React Native compiles this component in such a way that it is getting rendered into specific element of Android or iOS. So in very short summary, if somebody asks you what is React Native, it is a framework that is going to help us develop mobile apps that can be running in both iOS and Android with single source code. We don't have to write two times the code, one for iOS and one for Android. Instead, we will write only one source code, and that from that we can generate apps that can run on iOS and Android. And in React Native, we use special React components that gets compiled to the platform dependent components, and the components show them according to their native view. The platform also exposes the native device capabilities which we can access from the React Native application via JavaScript. So one thing is clear, in order to learn React Native, you must know React.js. That is a must. So in the next video, we will dive a little bit deeper into this whole concept. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's try to understand with this example. So if you see here, this is a regular React component that has been created using ES6, and this is the piece of JSX that is getting returned. But unlike any regular React component where we use div elements, h1 elements, input text elements, or button, here we are not going to use those elements. Instead, we are going to use special React Native provided components that we will use here, and this will get converted or compiled into equivalent Android and iOS based components. And because these components will get converted to iOS or Android understandable components, that's why we cannot use the regular div here. So the view element here that you see is equivalent to what we have in the web version called div. But we cannot write div here because the place where this app will run is not browser, it is an native Android or iOS operating system. So this view tag is going to get converted into the corresponding native Android view component and corresponding native iOS view component. Same goes for the text element, and there are many more elements which we will see and we will use them in future. So we cannot use the regular HTML based elements here in the JSX, that is for sure, and we also know the reason why. So here this elements gets compiles to React Native app. So React Native compiles only the React Native based components of JSX to the equivalent platform specific components and does nothing to the JavaScript logic. So let's say here we had some logic like some state variables defined, some hooks mentioned, some API calls being made, and some logic based on those state variables. Those logics will not be compiled. Only this elements will get compiled to native iOS or Android based elements. But the JavaScript, actual JavaScript logic will not be compiled. That gets executed in a different way, which we are going to look in a while. So here, if you see, when we write a React component using JSX, we use div input button, and that gets rendered via React DOM on the browser. But when we write the same thing with React Native JSX, instead of div, we will use view element. Instead of text input, we will use text. Instead of input, we will use text input. Why? Because then React Native will compile this view to Android understandable Android.view element. Same way, this view will get compiled for iOS into UI view, which iOS operating system understands, and it is going to display that according to that particular platform. The React Native based text input special component will get compiled to edit text in Android, which will show us an input box, and in UI text field in iOS, which will again show in a little bit different style of input box in iOS. What happens to the JavaScript logic? So the JavaScript logic that we have written, like the state variables, API calls, those things, those JavaScript, there will be a separate JavaScript thread hosted by React Native in the app itself. And then the React Native spins up this thread or the process, and it manages the process and allows this process to talk to the underlying native Android or iOS platform via translation bridge, which means the whole logic which we write in the JavaScript gets also executed by the platform, by the Android or iOS, but not directly. Instead, there's a translation bridge which converts the equivalent JavaScript logic into the Android or iOS understandable logic, and then it gets executed. Hence, JavaScript logic does not get compiled. It gets translated by a separate thread which is hosted by React Native in the app. So this is what it happens under the hood when we go and write React Native React Native based apps using this React Native provided elements. So this was it for this video. Thank you. Welcome back. So this is the official website of reactnative.dev, and this is the official website for React.js. So it's clear that to develop React Native mobile apps, you must know React.js. That is mandatory. Now, if we go to the React Native website, you see it says learn once and write anywhere, which means you can write application and then compile them to equivalent Android or iOS. So you just write application once. So the companies will save a lot of money or a lot of effort in case of time. If you compare the time, you don't have to write native Android code or native iOS code. Instead, you write the code once and then you have the app for both the platforms. So with half the people or time or money, the same thing can be achieved. So it's a great thing. So you can read through all these things, what it says about React Native, and this is how you write your components. And you get different special components from the React Native package. So now if you see how all this works, so for that, if you want to get started, we need to go to the development guide. In here, if we come here in the environment setup and click here, there are two ways to get started. One is using Expo Go Quick Start and another is React Native CLI Quick Start. So there are few difference if you go with this or this. So Expo is basically a third party which provides, it's an open source third party. It helps us by providing an environment where we can easily run and test our application. The Expo provides us a managed app development environment, which is very convenient and less hectic to set up the whole environment. And of course, we can anytime if we want, we can go from Expo to the native version. And what exactly is native? Here we have to basically deal with all the setups, like setting up the React Native CLI, download Android Studio, all those bare-bone developments. We have to do all kinds of setup. So it is a little bit time consuming and hectic to set up in this way the development environment. So now Expo also provides us some capabilities using which we can directly in our code talk to the native features of the platform like iOS or Android. The same of course we can do with React Native also, because this, if you go with this, you do a lot of hectic things, but it also gives you some benefit at the end. But if you compare overall, Expo is the best way to get started. And if you want at any time, you can come back to native CLI form. But using Expo, we will develop the whole application and you can easily build the application to iOS based or Android based. run executable file and take them and upload to Play Store. You can do that very easily. So what do we need for local development environment? We need to have Node.js installed first of all. So go to Node.js and download the latest long-term support version and install it. Then go on internet and type strcpy. Go to this first link, go down, and if you are using Windows, go to Windows and download this software. If you are using Mac, use brew install, and for Linux use this way. But as I am using Windows, I have already downloaded this, and keep it in a place where you want to keep and extract that folder. So what a screen copy will do is it will help us mirror our mobile phone onto the screen, onto your laptop screen. And with Expo, we will be able to run our application, or everything that we will do in our Visual Studio Code Editor. So you should also download the Visual Studio Code Editor for development purpose. So go here, download the latest Visual Studio Code Editor for your platform and install that. So we will not install Android Studio, we will just install this code editor. We will with the help of Expo, we will set up the React Native application. After that, when we will start the application like this, it's going to give us a barcode or QR code. So go to Play Store, Google Play Store, and in the Google Play Store, search for application that is called Expo Go. So the Expo Go application, you search it and install it on your phone. What this will do is this Expo Go application, install it on your phone. Now when we will start the application for the first time, you will see it will give us a QR code which we will scan with the help of Expo Go app. And if you are using the iOS version, then open your phone camera and scan that QR code. I will show you that. And then we will be able to run the local application on our phone, and the phone should be connected to your laptop via a USB cable. So when you connect your phone to the laptop via USB cable, you have to do one more thing. You have to go to your phone settings in the About section and turn on the developer debugging option. In the developer options, turn on debugging. And how can you do that? Go to About in your About phone, and you will see the build number. Keep tapping the build number multiple times, and then it will tell you your developer options or developer debugging is enabled. So now what will happen is when we will run our Expo, whenever we will start our application in the Visual Studio Code Editor and we will run it, then through the Expo, the app will be directly installed on our phone. And as we are using screen sharing, screen copy, this one, so you can also see it on your laptop window. So screen copy is just to show you on your laptop window your phone mirroring, and Expo is going to take the code that we will change in our Visual Studio, and it is going to compile on the fly and install that updated version of the app in our phone. So that is possible via Expo and turning on the developer debugging option on your phone and connecting your phone via USB. So this was about what the whole process will be, what you need. Now let's go ahead in the next video and do the setup. But for now, you should install Node.js, Visual Studio Code, Expo Go app on your phone, screen copy on your laptop, extract it and keep it as is. So in the next video, we will do the setup one by one. Thank you. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to create our first React Native application. So we have decided to go with Expo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this app and I'm going to run this command. So let's go to your folder. So create a folder where you would like to keep the code. And here I'm going to say cmd.exe. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the command npx create -expo-app and give the name to the app. So we'll say npx create -expo-app. Let's say I will give the name as React Native Basics, or let's put it as concepts. Hit enter. As soon as we hit enter, it's going to try to create a scaffold project for us. So let it run. It can take some time. So I'm going to pause the video. Alright, so here it says you need to install the following package. So you can say yes. So I don't have to pause the video. It started working. That's fine. So now it is locating project files. Okay, so it's going to now create a skeleton project with certain template. Meanwhile, make sure to install Visual Studio Code Editor, and before running this command you should have Node.js installed, because the command that we used here, which is npx, it's node package execution and it is coming inbuilt inside Node.js. So if you don't have Node.js, then you will not be able to run this command. And if you see, it also is doing a lot of npm install. So the npm install is done via the node package manager, and node package manager again comes inbuilt with Node.js. So you must have Node.js installed. And in short, Node.js is basically that helps us to have a runtime environment to run JavaScript related projects in the server like on our computer. So it's going to take some time to do the installation. So now I'm going to pause the video and come back when the installation is done. So after some time you will see this screen where it will tell you that cd into the project folder, and then you can basically run the command npm run android. Okay, but before this, make sure to connect your phone via your USB to your laptop, and make sure to turn on the developer options. Go to the developers options and enable debugging via USB. And then what you need to do for that is go to your phone about, and then on the build number keep tapping. So once you have done that, it will enable the developers options or debugger on your phone. Next, we want to show our phone on the screen. If you want to show our phone on the screen, go to screen copy, which is here where you have extracted it, and run this. As soon as you run this, your phone will now be shown on your laptop screen. So minimize this, don't close that, and now we will go back to our editor, and what we will do is we will run this command. So let me go to, so I was here, let's say in this, then it asks us to go to that folder. So let's go to React Native for concept folder, the project, and then it asks us to run npm run Android. If you have an Android device, then you have to run this, which you can see here. If you have iOS, you run this. If you just want to run it on your browser, you run npm run web. But we will run it on npm run Android. Hit enter. And then it's going to bundle the app and it's going to install it on our phone. There are two ways to connect to the phone. One is via the USB, or if you are on the same Wi-Fi network where your phone is there and your laptop is there, you can go there and scan this QR code. Once you scan this QR code, you can basically, you don't need a USB cable, you can basically have access without USB cable. But I use USB cable so that it helps me for fast response time. There is no lag. If you use Wi-Fi, it should be also fine, but try to use USB, it will be fast. So now if I cancel this, and this is what we see. So this is our app and it got installed on my phone, and this is, I'm mirroring my phone via screen copy so you can see it here. But this is not the way we want to do development. We want to use an editor, and that's where we will go to our folder again in this, and I'm going to open this folder in Visual Studio Code Editor. So type cmd.exe and type here code space dot. It will open Visual Studio Code Editor and it will open the code for us in the editor. So now I can decide to close this one from here directly. So you have to trust this in the Visual Studio Code Editor, and then you can close this welcome release notes and welcome screen. And what we can do is we can close this, and now we can go here in the terminal. Here we can say new terminal, and from here we can run the same command, which is npm run Android. You can run React Native application on the browser also, you can do the development. But when you are doing development on the browser, you will not have the capability or access to the native features like camera or those things. So for that, we should do the development on a device. You could also decide to use an emulator, which means you install the Android Studio and create an emulator, and then instead of connecting phone via USB or Wi-Fi, you can use the emulator via the Expo app. But again, emulator is heavy and it takes a lot of time for build. I don't prefer that, so I'm going with the phone npm run Android. So the same thing will start from here, and then on our phone we will see the app. So it's running the Metro bundler. We are on the same Wi-Fi. So here it says it opens the Expo app. Either I can enter the URL manually, or I can also scan it by QR code, but it was connected by USB, so it automatically opened it for me. Now if we open the app.js file, this is where we see our code which is printed here. Open app.js to start working on your app. So if I change this now to welcome to React Native, and save it, we'll see what happens. So it should automatically compile. So here we have to press R to reload the app. So press R, it will reload the app here, and we will see it will print welcome to React Native now. See, it prints welcome to React Native. So this is how we will do the development now. So try to do the setup by watching this video, and then if you're using, let's say, iOS, you can open the camera and scan the QR code. If you are using Android and the Expo Go app, you can scan it. But if you are connected with USB, it directly opens it. You don't even have to scan. If you are on Wi-Fi, you can scan them, or type this URL on your browser in your phone. So now that the local environment is set up, we are all set for writing our React Native based application. Thank you. Welcome. Let's understand the folder structure and the files that we have in the project that we have created using Expo. So there is an Expo folder created. We should not touch this. It's used by Expo. Then we have assets folder. In this assets folder, we will put a lot of things as we progress through the course. Mostly it has images and those kind of icons and things like that. Then we have node modules, where we have all the dependencies. Gitignore is the file which says what should not be committed to the GitHub. Then we have the app.js file. I'm going to come back to this, but let's go to the package.json. So package.json is the file of configuration. Here we have the application name, the version, and the main entry of the app. It has some scripts with which we can run. So we have been running so far npm run Android, and it is running this. So if you run web or iOS, it's going to run this script for us. In dependencies, we have Expo. Remember, Expo is a tool, but also it's a library. It provides us lots of utility functions that we can use in our React application to talk to the native features of Android and iOS. And then we have React and React Native. Babel is added as a dev dependency to transpile our code into the understandable platform. Babel configuration provides that configuration to transpile the code from one platform to another. Then we have app.json. This is an important file which we will need to set up certain things about our app, like name, slug, version, icon, background color, all these things before we want to build and compile the app to release it onto Play Store. So this file will be read by Expo when we want to release our app, and it will take all the configuration from this file. Now let's go to app.js file. Unlike any React component, you see this is also a component which returns a piece of JSX. But this JSX uses some special elements or tags like view, text, status bar, and these are coming from React Native. And we have already discussed this, that this gets compiled into the iOS based component of view or text, or Android based component of view or text. We also see something like this, which is going to help us in applying styling to our components. Style sheet is an object with which we can create and the styling objects or elements that we can apply to our elements or the views. So we are going to talk about the styling in detail in upcoming video. Why we have to write style in this way? Why not with writing a separate file, writing the class and then accessing it as a class? We are going to discuss that in the next video. But for now, if you see, it's a regular React component with special React Native elements and some style related component which can be applied to these elements. So this is the whole folder structure and the files and different files what they do. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and try to do something here and try to understand the concept that we have learned. So what happens if I try to use a div element here and say hello and save this? As soon as you save this, it will reflect. So here it says that text string must be rendered within the text component. So this throws error. As soon as I start using div element or h1, h2 input, which are HTML elements, I will get error because remember that here this is not React.js, it is React Native, and there is no DOM, there is no browser DOM or React DOM that is going to parse this or compile this. So as soon as I remove this, our app will be back up without any error. So if we go back to the picture, remember for the browser we could use these things, but for React Native we have to use the elements which are provided by React Native because they get compiled to the corresponding Android native or iOS native elements. So how do we know which elements to use? For that we go to React.js components documentation, and here we see all the components provided by React for us. So here the most important ones are text input, and view. So view acts like the div element, text acts like you want to display some things. Then you have text input, which is like the input box. Here's our view, which is like div. Then we have image and button. So these are most important elements. Of course there are more elements, but these are kind of the core components. So we can say React Native provides a number of core components which we can use in our application, and then we can create almost anything by styling them. So if we want to talk about styling, that is something we will cover in the next video, but for now remember these are some of the elements. So let's say I want to use text input, so click on this and here you will find the documentation about how to use text input. There is the code that you will get how to use text input, and this is what you can type here. You can also view it, how it will look in web, how it will look in Android, and how it will look on, of course you can also have it on your device by scanning it. So that's not the matter now, just that you should know that how to find or where to find which element, and you will be able to see how to use it here. Similarly for image, you can see this is an example. Of course there's class-based component but also function component. We are going to focus on functional components and hooks, so we will not focus on class-based component. Similarly, there are many other elements or the components that we can use. So remember that HTML is not allowed. That was only for the browser because we had React Router DOM that was able to compile things for us on the browser. But in React Native, there is no such React Router DOM. So the React Native, when it compiles the elements to the div, it will try to compile the div to corresponding element. There is no such. Hence, you get error. But when it tries to compile the React Native view or the React Native provided component from here, it knows the corresponding Android or iOS component to compile. So this was it for this video. I will see you in the next one. Thank you. Now let's talk about styling. So in React Native, we cannot use CSS classes. We cannot use class because React Native does not understand those things, because again it's not the DOM, it's not the browser down here who is going to render or parse things. So there are two ways to apply styling in React Native components. One is of course inline with the help of style attribute, and another is by creating an object with the help of style sheet and giving name to your class and name to your attribute. It's not a class, remember this is not a class, and comma separated. You can use that in your styles. So let's say here I want to use a style, so I can say style, and then I have to use an object here, and I can say color red. If we save this and go here, we'll see it's already red in color. So this is one way to do that. Another way is you can create, let's say, some name, give an alias. So I say text color, and I can give an attribute here saying color, and then I can say blue. Now I can give, let's say, font, and as soon as you type it gives you some auto suggestion, and see it is all camel casing it follows. So font size, let's say 20. So if you say 20, it is automatically going to take in pixel. So now if I go and I want to apply this here instead of this one, so I have to call this like this. So I have to use this constant variable called styles. So styles dot and the name which I have used, text color. If I save this now and go, I can see the change reflecting here. So this is how we can apply style. Remember that this is not actually the CSS, it's a subset of CSS, which means that we cannot apply everything as is, but whatever we have we could easily apply by following these steps. So instead of applying inline styling, it's better to create style sheet object, and then in that object continue to create aliases for your styling and start applying them on the elements. That's a good approach to do that. Next is, if you want to have more styling, we could continue to do this. And one thing we should always keep in mind that we are writing styling also in the JavaScript. You see this is a file with the name .js. So internally React Native converts this styling into the native element look and feel. So we have to remember that this is also not purely CSS, but it's a subset of CSS. Alright, now if we go, we see that this is our element. What happens if I get rid of this? Save it and you see what will happen now. There was a white color now on the status bar, that is gone, and now you can see everything here. So this was about the status or the safe area that we can save. We will look into that later in more detail, but this is what it does. If you have that, the application goes to the top level and this becomes part of the application. This application can go and also cover this part. So this was about how you can apply styling to your React Native application. Thank you. Let's explore how to use these components. So for now I will get rid of this, and remember that if we want to use anything like this, it should be wrapped around text. So let's say I want to do something like this: React Native course, and if I try to save this, what happens? Let's see. We get an error here saying that the text string must be rendered within a text component. So this is a very clear error message. What it means is you are not allowed to have these kind of things outside. Of course in div you could write this, but not in React Native. So for this we should make sure we wrap this around a text. So let's cut this and put it here. Similarly, it is possible to nest components. So let's say I can put this inside a view and then have this view, have this text inside this view. So this kind of nesting we can do, and it can help us to apply proper styling wherever we want. I can also give a button here. So button, and as soon as you see, as soon as I type this, it imports the button. So we have to import elements from the React component library to React Native component library to use it, and we cannot write something here, click here. This is not allowed, so we can't do this. Instead, we have to have like this, self-closing, and then we can say title, and then we can say click here. So let's get rid of this import also, because we are not using the status bar anymore. Save it. So you can do all kinds of things. You can nest elements between different things, and you can do all kinds of things. Another thing to know that app component, which is a functional component, is the main component. So if we create any other components here, we should make sure we use them inside the app. Only then React Native is going to take everything together and translate or compile it to the underlying native Android or iOS component. So now that we have applied this, so let's go ahead and see how our app looks like. So it looks like this. Of course, when we click, nothing happens, but this is the button took automatically the default styling that is present for Android for a button. Similarly, if you see this in iOS, then it will show you the iOS type of button. So you can go to the documentation and also look for yourself. In the button, you can see the different attributes, how to use it. It's a self-closing, and then you have a title that we used. You can also have a color. You can have the action on press, all kinds of things, which we are going to look into in some time. You also see the example here of how to use it. So this was a little bit about how to use the different elements and what to do and what not to do. Thank you. Welcome. Let's explore a little bit about styling. So here, if you see, we have said that the style that we apply is not exactly CSS, but it is some sort of CSS or subset of CSS, which we are writing in JavaScript. So if let's say I want to apply some styling here, let's say in the inline styling, the style attribute, we have to check which element supports that. So not all element will support all this style attributes. So here text and view do support, and if I go and type here as the button, let's try to see if this supports styling. So if we say now color is red, it works fine. Do you see? It did not complain here, but we don't get any effect. So if I say font size, let's say 22, if you see this, it does not affect, because not all properties is supporting the style. So we need to get rid of it, and then if we type here style, you see now it gives question mark, which means this supports style. So here if I say like this, and now if I say let's say margin, so I can give some margins. So I can say margin bottom, top, everything is here. So you just type, you see different types of margin. So I can say margin bottom, and we should give this in, let's say I will say 20. This should be a number. Let's say I want to apply a border, so I will say border. Usually in CSS we say 1px solid red, but here if we try to do that we get an error. So if we go here, we see nothing happens first of all, and you see the margin is getting applied, but this property did not take effect. The reason is it is not recognized. So instead of doing this, we have to use it like this, border, and then you say color, give the color. So you can use hexadecimal also here. Let's say 1f, 2f, 1f, something like this. You should use hash code here. You can also use RGB format. So if I save this one now, there should be a border, and now I should give border width, and border width should be in number. So save this. So we see that we already get a border now with that color. So if I change this to, let's say, blue, I get that. See, and now I can give some padding to give it a good view. So padding of 5. So if I go and check now, there's a little bit of padding around this now. If I say padding of 15, this will be having a good padding around this. So you can apply styling like this, or you can take this and put it in an object here, and then refer that object like we did here. So remember to use styles properly, otherwise it won't reflect. But this has a color, so if we say color property and we say red, let's see how it looks. If we go there, now it reflects the color red. So remember to check where the style is available and where not, and what are the properties, and this is how you should apply them individually. Border color, border width, like that. So as soon as you start typing, you will come to know whether it's supported or not. Here with question mark, which means style is supported. So that's how you come to know. So one thing to remember, it's not a good practice to use inline styling like this because it does not support the concept of reusability. So always try to declare them as style sheet object like this. This is an object. You can use this. This is another object. So declare another name here and give that name an object, and then copy paste this particular inline styling there and refer it via styles.object name, like we have done it styles.textcolor. So that by that way you can reuse that object. Let's say now I can reuse this object in any other place, so it increases reusability. So that's how you should use the style. So that's the best practice, and you should always try to follow the documentation to see different things about a component. So this was about how to use styling and the best practices around styling. In the next video we are going to look at the layouts, how to design layouts with the help of styling. Welcome back. Let's say we want to build an application. For example, we want to build a task manager application where we can add tasks, and then all the tasks should be displayed in the list. So let's go ahead and try to build that. So we have to first build the layout for it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of everything and we will start from scratch. So what I will do is here I will also get rid of all these things to start fresh. Now if you see this is a view which is corresponding to div element, let's say, but we have other elements like section tag, header tag, footer tag, article, but in React Native we don't have such tags. It's always a view tag. So if we want to make a layout, we should make it with view tag only. So first thing first, I will make a division. So here I will say this is my one view tag or division where I will put my input box to add the task, and this is where I will add display all the tasks. So your tasks, let's say I will do that, and in here what I will do, I will have a text box. So I will say text input. As soon as I hit this, it also imports it automatically, and this has a placeholder. So I will say add or enter task detail. Then I'm going to close this, and then I will have a button, and I will have the title as add task. So if we check our app, we will get an error now. The reason is this text is not wrapped in text. So we know that as a rule of thumb, we have to have a text here and then add the items there. So if we save it and let's check how it looks. So here we see everything looks a bit messy. Although we can type things here, but it doesn't look that great. So what we will do is, first thing, let's try to push this whole thing, or let's have a padding around the whole container. So let's create a class here as main container. I always say class, but it's not a class, it's an object, style object, and here we'll say padding on all side as 45, and let's go ahead and apply this on the top level view, which is here. So we'll say style equal to, and then we call the styles, control Z, styles dot main container. Save it and let's go and see how it looks now. So this looks much better, and we have a padding from all sides and it looks better, but still we want to have certain alignment in terms of layout. Let's say I want the button to be adjacent to this. How do we do that? So let's look at all this in the next video. In this video, let's try to understand how can we fix this layout. So in such a way that we should get this item here somewhere. So if we recall our CSS knowledge, we can take help of the flexbox concept of CSS, which helps us to align our elements in our layout. So let's go ahead and take that help. So here we will first create a flexbox area around this section so that these two flex items can be aligned one beside another. So here we can say input container. By default, the flex item or the flex direction is column. That's why you see one below another it comes. So first thing first, we will say flex direction. We'll give it as row. As soon as we do that and we go and try and see what happens, nothing happens because we haven't applied this style here. So let's go ahead and apply that. So we say style equal to styles dot input container. Now if we go and try to see, so we see that this comes like this. That's fine, but now these are quite clumsy. So we go ahead and apply justify content, and then we say there are different values here. So if we say flag space between and save this, let's see how it looks. Click on reload, so it will reload, and this looks like this, but input box is quite small. So let's go ahead and create a style around the input box. So we can say input box, and we will say let's give the width of this input box as 75%. So far we have been giving this only numbers which are pixel based, but when there is percentage based, you have to give in quotes, either single quotes or double quotes. Let's give a border width, we say 1 border color, let's say hash CCC, save it, let's see. So we see there is no border color, so maybe we have to make this as, and now if you see that again there is very light border type, but let's check. But before that we have to first apply this. We are formatting that, don't forget. Style equal to styles dot, and remember this placeholder text is same as like the input box placeholder text. So now we see that there is a good gap. So now in this input box, let's add some padding, because if you see the enter is stuck here. So we say padding of 5. So now there is a good gap. Next, this one is quite stuck, so we will say input container, which is this one, but we want a margin of this, so we'll say margin right of 3, and there is a small margin. Now we can also say it as 5. So this looks better. So slowly we are getting there. So now if we check this section here, there's a lot of space from here and this side. So we can fix that. Instead of giving padding all side, we will just say padding top, and then we say 45, and then on the x-axis, which is padding horizontal, we'll say 15 px, and then if we check the result now, so this looks much better now. Perfect. Now if we see that this text of the button is slightly at the top, not centered align, so we know that in button there is no style property supported. don't look at this one. When we say style, it should suggest with this kind of question mark at the end and this kind of icon. So style button does not support style attribute. Let's look at documentation also. If we click on button, we see that there is no style attribute. These are the other attributes but no style attributes. So if we check the text, we see that this has somewhere at the bottom it has style attribute, but button does not have it. So how to fix this problem? That we want to make this horizontally center aligned. So we can do this in a different way. Now that our input container, which is this one, is a flex box, so we have said justify content, and then we have said these to be taking equal space between them. But what about vertical? So let's go ahead and say align items. That will work for vertical alignment, and we say align items as center. If we look at now, let's reload it. So now we see add task is center aligned. So this is how you can fix this kind of problems. So now let's say if we want to make this as this text box as, let's say, some rounded shape from the corner instead of sharp. So we can use our regular CSS property on the input box, like border radius, and we can have, let's say, radius as 12. So let's see how it looks. So we see it looks like this, 12, maybe make it 15. So this looks like this. So we can have this kind of styling also applied. So this was about using Flexbox to create the layout and style the flex items. Thank you. Welcome. Let's now style the bottom section, which is the task list section. So let's go ahead and first in the input container, let's give a margin bottom. So we'll say margin bottom of 20, border bottom color as hash ccc, and border bottom width as 1px. So let's see how it looks. Reload, click dismiss. Let's see what is happening. Where is the border bottom color? Maybe I have to add the CCC 6 times. So here if you see margin bottom border bottom width, that is 1, that is correct. Is it because of this? Let's see. No, that is not the problem. So why is it our changes are not reflecting? Let's try to restart the application once. Control C. Restart. Sometimes it happens that we might have to restart the application. Alright, let's go to the app. Okay, so one thing is for sure that we are missing out one thing, that we ask this element to take the whole space, available space. So for that, first I will say flex as 1 so that it takes the whole space. Let's save and see the effect. If we count 3 and 3, see, that is correct. Maybe I will give it here and change this to red for now to see the effect. In fact, there is no effect on this, so let's check what is happening. Ideally we should see a border here, so 4. Let me try to reload it once. R. It will try to reload now. Alright, perfect. So there is our border. It was not reloading. Perfect. So now, yes. So it appears. So we can say 1 and we can say this is the color. Sometimes it does not reload, so try to restart and reload once. So here we have our border in this. Okay, so now what we said is this flex box, this will take one part. So from here we are saying this will take one part, and let's say this will take 5 parts, but let's give this one as take 100%. So for the top one, let's add flex as 1. So the top part will take 100%, this one, which means now this main container is taking 100%. How do I say that? If I apply a background color of, you can also apply this, let's say blue, you will see it taking this much space, but now these two are at the bottom. So blue is to sky blue, or maybe orange, just to show you. Or we go to Google, say color picker, and get some color. So if we take this color and try to apply, Alright, now we need to make the text as white color, but that we can do that. So here in the input we can say color as FFF. Same for input box, we can say color as FFF. So it's trying to reload, but I think this is too dark, so we will get rid of this color for now, and we'll try to use some light color from the color picker. So maybe this one is little bit lighter. This is better, but again our border is not visible, so I may go to color picker, another color picker website. Color picker. We'll come to the color. For now, let's assume this is our color. Now what I will do is I will go here, and I set the main container to take the whole part, and then this container, which is this one, will take one part. Let's create another container for task list, and here we see it takes flex as 5 part, and this is our task list. So I will say style equals to styles dot task list. Let's check. So now this is our this section. So more or less it looks fine now, or just that I would like to change the color. I don't like that color anymore. So color picker, let's take a light color, or maybe even this color for now. This color is fine. Later on we will choose the color. For now, yes. So here we see that it takes this much, and your task section takes this much. So maybe can we say this one as 6. So now if we say this, so this looks fine. So this bottom section is going to take 6 parts. We can also give like this background color. We can say here as, just to show you, has red. Don't give hash then if you are doing this. So this is a red color section, which is this part, which is 6 part. And the top part is this one, which is background color as green. Ignore the colors for now. I just want to show you what does it mean when you say flex 1, and then in that you are dividing the 2 more childs. So this 1 means it takes the whole space, and then when you said 1 part and 6 parts, so total 7 parts is divided like this. So this is how you use the flex and divide the sections. Thank you. Welcome back. Now what we have to do is as soon as somebody inputs some text here as a new task and clicks on this button, we should take the task and save it. So again, we already do this in React using hooks. So let's go ahead and do that here. So first, what I will do is I will create a state variable, say task, and then set task. And use the use state hook from React, and this we know is going to, this task will be just a string. Next, we would like to keep this all the tasks into a list, so we'll create a task list and say set task list, and this will be another state variable, but this will be of type an array. Now we need to create two functions. One is function task input handler, and this will get as an input task whatever the user has entered, we will get it, and this we will go ahead and set in set task state variable via the set task function. So let's set that. Perfect. Next is we would like to add as soon as the button is, so this we will call from the input box, but as soon as the button is clicked, we would also like to add this new task to the existing list of tasks. For that, we will create another function, add new task, and what we will do is we will use the arrow function and the spread operator to set the new task in our current list. So this is our current list, so I will copy this, and this current list will take a function which will be an arrow function, and then this arrow function will take an array. So first of all, in this arrow function we will get current task list. This is what we will get, and this current task list will be passed to the arrow function. So we will have that, so we will do a spread operator on it, so dot dot dot, and then we will add our own new task, which is this one. So in this way we are adding a new task to our existing task list. So React will call this anonymous arrow function, and then it will give us the existing list which is present here in this task list. We are going to spread that, like we will open that list and add a new task to it, which is nothing but the one which we have entered now. So this is the function. In the next video, what we will do is we will try to bind this to our page and see the result. Thank you. Welcome back. So now it's time for us to link these functions to the corresponding elements. So here we are now in our JSX. So this is the input box. So on this input box, you could decide to have alignment like this so that it is easier, and we could say, so on the input box we know what are the properties, so let's quickly check. So this is the text input. So in this text input we have different properties. So there should be a property. If you see, there are different properties to bind data. So here we have on change text. So what we will do is we will use this property. So if you click here, you see it says on change text. So this is a function where we can bind. So let's go ahead and use that property on change text, and then we will just bind our function which we want to call on the change of the text. So we are going to call this, and it's going to pass that to our data that we will enter will be passed here. Perfect. Now we also need to bind the handler for the button. So here we want to bind, again if you check the documentation you will find something like on press, and here we will find the handler add new task. Perfect. So far so good. Now this task list that we have, this is the task list. We have, of course this is a task list, also this is a style. So task list, let me make this as task list section to avoid name of the style and name of the actual state variable. So now we will use the state variable here, task list, to loop through all the tasks and print the output here. So let's do that. So here we say, as we always use in earlier in React also using JSX, so we will say like this, and we will say there's a task list, and we'll call the map function. On the map function we will call another function, and then we'll have this from, and in this map function we will get each task item. It also returns an index if we want to print, and now from here we return JSX which we want to have. So we will say we'll have a view, or let's say we'll have just a text for now, text, and this text will print the task item like this for now. So let's see what happens now. So this is just normal JSX function to loop, and this is what we are returning. So if we go now here, and if I try to type task 1 and click here add task, let's see what is happening. So task evaluating task list.map as not an object, it says. So let's quickly check what happened. So this is our function. Let's check. So we have the task list. Set tasks, and this is task list function where we are setting it. Maybe I need to remove this bracket. This is an extra bracket, and that's just now. So task 1, yes, there it is. So there was an extra curly braces here which we don't want to have it here, so remove that. So this is the bracket. So now we have added one task here. So let's add task 2. So you see there are different tasks getting added, but if we see, we have a warning. So if you click on this, you will see it says each list should have a unique property called key, and this we also have in the React, that whenever we are looping through, we should have the looped item should have a property called key. So either I can give the task itself as the item, or I can say index, which is also unique, we know that. So now If I go and try to add another task, task 3, we won't get that warning. So now we see we are able to enter task and add it to a task list. But this is not looking that great, so we should do some styling around this to make it look better. So let's do that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's go ahead and style our this section, which is the list section. So we are going to go back to, let's go ahead and wrap this first in a view tag, because why it is important to wrap it with a view tag is that sometimes some styles that we apply may get applied to iOS but not on Android, and maybe sometimes it gets applied to Android but not on iOS if you apply styles on text, because the way the text gets rendered in iOS may be different than the Android. Hence, in terms of styling, try to wrap it with the view. So now let's go ahead and we say task item, that's the style object, and we will have the margin of 10, we'll have the padding of 10, we will have border radius. So it's not that 100% all the styles that you will apply on iOS will get applied on Android. So you have, sometimes there will be small things that you have to do for specific devices. Remember that. So it's always important that you are, when you are developing, you should test your application in both kinds of devices when you are developing a production application. So let's do this as 10, and we'll have a background color. Let's give the color style as 5 F1 AC A. Let's take this task item. You can give any styling, a color there, that doesn't matter, and then let's apply the style here. So we'll say style equal to styles dot. Let's check how it looks. So it looks like this. That's fine, but then you see this text is not that great, and the margin padding a little bit more here between them, but for now that's okay. But the text color is not white, so let's make the text color as white. So we say color as hash FFFFFF. Let's check. So you see it did not reflect. Even though we have applied the task item, we are applying the task item style. Let's make this a style to avoid confusion. Task item style. But it ideally, in case of CSS, the style applied here should be also inherited by this. But again, as mentioned earlier, this is not exactly CSS what we are writing. So the inheritance and the cascading effect does not take place. So we have to create another style on the, we have to apply this on the text element directly, then it will reflect, because this is not pure CSS, hence the cascading style sheet, the cascading effect will not happen. So now as soon as if I go and apply this specific style on this element, then it will basically take the style. So let me say styles dot this. So if I go now, so let's say I will say task 1. So you see now it's white color. Perfect. So now we could also give this as some other style if you want. Let's say we can create a style, task overview title, and we could give some styling here. We could say font size 22, font family. Let's see what we have. We could have a different font family, but for now let's say font size and font weight. Font weight, say bold. Now let's apply this. Let's check the effect. So here it says your task, and this task 1, task 2, like that there will be multiple tasks. So I said task 2, so there is task 2. Of course there is a lot of margin between them, so I will reduce this to 6. So now if we go and see, it looks good. That's good. If we want numbering also, we can already have, because we already are printing the index. So here I can take the index, place it here and put this, and index starts from 0, so I will have index plus 1, and that's how you can also have numbering to your task 1, 2, and like this. So this was about some styling. We'll continue in the next video. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now let's go ahead and try to see what happens if we add more elements. So I can say, let's say 1, I can just change to this, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me just keep on adding 7, 8, maybe 9. And now let's go ahead and see what happens. So if you see, this is 8 and there's also 9, but now 9 is hidden. Let's say if I add maybe 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now all those will be hidden. There is nothing that I can scroll. So I'm not able to scroll my data. If it was a browser, we could have easily scrolled. The reason why we are not able to scroll is this part of this page is under a view which is non-scrollable, and that's why you see this problem. So how do we solve this problem? So if we go to this component, which is the core component, and click on scroll view, you will see that this scroll view tag helps us scroll the content which is inside that. So if you see this, so this is a scroll view, and whatever is inside this, you can now scroll them. It allows you to do that. So what we will do is, we'll go to our component here, and take this content, and we can type scroll view, hit enter, it will get imported, and we paste our content inside that, the text. And if we now go and try to scroll, let's see why it's not working, but ideally it should. Let's reload. Press click on this. Press R here at the bottom. R. It's reloading our app. And of course, with reloading, all the data will be lost because the state will be again empty. So now if we continue to add one, what does it say? It should have a unique key property. That's true because now we have to make sure the unique key is applied on this item, which is so this is our view, and this is what we should apply because this is getting executed, and we should not apply the scroll view here. That's a small wrong place to do that. What we should do instead is, this is our loop. So this is, if you see, this is our map, and inside the map we have this. So this is our section. So we should have the scroll view somewhere here. So this is the piece which we want to, this will expand like a list and we want to get it scrolled. So we should apply scroll view here. So whatever the content is inside this will be scrolled. Otherwise, if we apply it here like we were doing, it's going to get inside the loop, which is the map, and then that will cause problem. So right after this, we'll apply the scroll view. And now if we go and try to see, so I can say 1 1, continue to add, continue to add. Let's see now if we get a scroll. See, if we now check, we get a scroll only in this section, and there is no scroll on the top part because this is the section which we have asked to scroll, which is here. The scroll view is this part, not even the text, your text part, which is this one. This is also outside this scroll view because only this section makes sense to put inside scroll view. So this is how you can make something scrollable. So this is not enabled by default in the browser, like in the browser, because in the web browser you by default get a scroll bar if the content is more. But here you have to use the scroll view element or the React component, React Native Core component. And this scroll view, if you see, there are different properties. So if you click here, always bounce vertical. So there are some properties which are specific to iOS. If you see this, these are the properties that will be only valid on iOS. Similarly, you have to keep things in mind and check what is, so this is applicable for both. This is only for iOS. So when you're using, say, let's say center content, like here, content container. So content container style, content container style, this style is will be applied to the scroll view content which wraps all your child views. This is applicable to both, but this one is only for iOS. So you can check some things you need to do maybe for special for iOS app sometimes, or maybe it will be also sometimes you have to do something special for Android apps. So it's always good to come and check the documentation of the element to have better understanding what works for which kind of device and what are the small tweaks that you have to do for the other device to make it work well. So this is about scroll view, how you can make something scrollable. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we have used scroll view. That's a good thing. So if we now see the scroll view is good unless we have less number of items. Let's say in, let's say 100 or 50 like that. Or maybe it's a small article that somebody is reading and you want to give them a scroll. Because what happens is if there are more number of items, then scroll view will cause performance issue. Why? The reason is scroll view loads everything, all the items that is present inside this list in one shot. So if there are 10,000 list items, it's going to load them in one shot. It will not do lazy loading. So it is definitely going to cause performance issue. So what we want is if there are more items here, like thousands and 10,000s, then we want something that should fetch these items lazily only when the scroll is done. So when the user scrolls it, only then fetch the data of the next ones and then show it here. So that will solve the performance issue. And that we can do with the help of another React Native element called flat list. So let's go ahead and explore flat list to see how we can achieve it. The lazy loading with flat list. Flat list. Thank you. So let's go ahead and now replace this with scroll view with flat list so that we will not have performance issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this piece of code and go ahead with flat list implementation. So here, this is how you comment it. It's same as React doing the multi-line comment. Now what I will do is we will have the flat list here and we will have a self-closing flat list. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the elements from below. So the flat list has a property called data and this is what it takes the task list. So the item or the data that we want to loop, we have to give that list here. Number one. Next, it gives us a function called render item, which takes a callback function. So this is what it has, and it gives us the item data. Now, from here, we need to return a JSX, which was nothing but what we were printing here. But now, in here, we don't have an index or the key, which is coming from here. And the item data, we will refer this as item data dot item. So now we can, if we want, we also get the index here. So let's see index and we try to print that here. So let's quickly check the documentation about render item. So it does have an index. So it has the index and then item. That's fine. So if we try to look at it, so here is our item, here is our index. That's what it gives. So we have the item and we can also have the index. So now if we go here, we have the index which we have. Now we don't have to give it as a key because we are not printing it because this is not a list which is generated by the map function in React. So we don't need a key. So we have this and then the index. So now we go ahead and try to add our elements. So we say task 1, continue to add them. Let's see, let's try to scroll. If we scroll, everything works fine. Perfect. But you see, this index is NaN. Why? Let's quickly check the documentation. Yeah, so the index is not a number. That's what it says. So if we try to remove this and try to print it, let's see what happens now. So we don't get anything because nothing was stored. So this is a problem we get when we try to use index. So what we will do is we'll not use this index. Instead, we will use it without the index and let's see what happens now. So we say 1, 1, just keep adding to see the effect. This looks fine. But then we have a problem. What about the index? And what happens if we have a flat list which is, let's say, is not having data which is just a string. In this case, we are just having a string, right? We are trying to input only a string here. But what if it's a complex object? It has more than one object or the item. So how do we handle that? For that, what we could do is, first thing first, let's go ahead and change this one. So here we will have the task. We'll change this to object where we'll say this as text. We'll create another element, let's say ID, another key, and let's have the math. We'll use the math dot random to generate the unique ID. Let's do that. So in real time, you will get this data from an API. So math dot random dot toString, and this is our data. So it can have more fields. So now it's like this. Now instead of accessing item, we will access item dot the text attribute. And if we want the key or ID or something, we also have it here. So we can say item dot, we can print it very nicely now with ID. Next is, what if, now what happens if we want to, because this flat list, it also needs a key, a unique key to traverse. And the attribute it uses for the key is named as key itself. But here, there is no field that we have provided as key, it's ID. So how do we handle that? So we have something called as key extractor. Key extractor, where we will have the item and the index. And in here we will say return From the item, we will get the ID, which is nothing but this is the ID. If it was something else, ABC, then we should return item.abc. So what if I would now try to go ahead and enter some items here. So let's say one, two, two. You see, now we are able to print the data of the random generated ID, and we are also able to scroll it. And now it fetches all the data lazily. So nothing is fetched on the load, only when I scroll it fetches the other item. Can we somehow print this index? But this is an index which is from the flat list for the key. So this item is returned as a key. Now, what if we want to access the key? So if you see here, here we can have access to item.key also it says. And let's go ahead and try to access the item.key in here. So here instead of item data, we could say item.key also, and it would mean the same thing for us. Let's check. Alright, we have an object of the data. So like this we get it. So if we wrap things inside the array, they say, then we will get it as an object. So item data and index. Okay, and now if I go and try to access this index, because if we try to see the documentation, the data is here, and inside this bracket we have an object, and in the object we have this data. So let's quickly try to see if we are able to access the index now. Not this index of the key inside, but of the item data. Let's try to add one. Undefined is not an object. Item data dot item it says. Item data dot item is not an object it says. What happens now if we try to access it this way? Okay, let's quickly check the documentation. If we try to access it that way, item index separator. So item dot this item, all right. So this is nothing, just JavaScript object destructuring of the item data. So we could, if we are doing an item destructuring, then we should do it like this item. Then this is the object destructuring. Then from there we got this item and index. And now it should work fine. One. So you see the index is 0. 2. So we get this. So what if I want to print it by +1 here? So you see now it works fine. Perfect. But if we don't want to do this item destructuring and we wanted to go with the item data like earlier, then make sure to access the index like this. item data dot index and item data dot your objects data. Here in this case it's text or ID. You can access it that way. Item data dot item dot text. So if we go and test now, cannot find variable index, it says item data dot index is not available. That is very strange. If we destructure, it is available, and if we don't, then it's not. Very strange. Let's check this now. Index is there, but then we have to access the item here like this. So let's reload. So we have to be very careful what is available in object restructuring and what is not. We have to keep that in mind. So let's press R here for reloading. We got it back. So now we say item 1. So we have the index here 2, and similarly we have these items. So we can scroll now. Perfect. So it's 19 items and we can access the index here also. So better is you destructure your data. So when you say item data, it doesn't give you the data like that. You don't get the index. So better I do it like this. You restructure as item and index and you will have the data here like this. Perfect. So now this is a flat list. So again, in this data, you provide the list which you want to iterate. In the render item, you have the function, and in that you restructure what you want from this. You have the item, index, and separators, and inside that you basically have what you want to return as JSX. In our case, it's just this view. So we are using this index to +1 and show the numbering. And then from the item, we are getting the index text here, which is this one. We could also get the ID if we want. So let's say if I say Alt Shift down arrow, I could just say instead of this also, I will print the ID as well. If I go here now, I see the item text and the ID along with it. So in case you have any other object elements here, you can access them accordingly from the item. So now you know the difference between flat list and scroll view. Always use flat list if you have a lot of items in your list. For the performance perspective, flat list is much better because it fetches the next item data in a lazy load mode. So it will have a good impact on your user experience. Thank you. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to look into our app component and see how big it has become while writing the code. In fact, it can grow bigger and bigger. So we need to break them down into smaller components like we do in React. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a folder at this level and name it as components. And then the first component that I would like to create is task item.js. And this will be nothing different than a normal React component, functional component. So I will say function task item, and then we will return some JSX from here, and then I will export this export default of task item. Of course, earlier we used to do import React from React, but that's not needed. So now, what should be going inside this task item? So we go to our app component and then we see what are the things we can take out. So what we see is this piece of markup or this piece of JSX, we can directly bring it to our item component. Alright, now we see that it lacks the styles. So let's go ahead and get the styles. So if we scroll down, we have this style and this style, which is related to text. But then to have the style here, we also need to import the style sheet object. So we will do import and we'll get the style sheet object. And as we are using view and text, so we should also import them view text from React Native. And now we need to create here const styles. You can give any name you want here as a variable, and this then say style sheet dot create, and in this function we'll pass the object, and then we paste the styles that we have copied. Perfect. And now these styles will be referred here. Perfect. But now we see there are some data index, item text, item ID. So we need to pass the props here like we do in React, and we can say props dot item, props dot item, and then we can, if we want, we can also get the index from there. So we'll say props dot index. So this is about our text item component. Now we need to go back to our component, and here we need to, instead of returning this, we'll just say task item, and here we'll say item is equal to this item as one property, and index equal to index. Perfect. So we have converted or moved piece of some code back to a text item component and representing it here. So in this way, our app component will become lean and thin. So now if we go and test our application, everything should work like one earlier. So 1, 2. Similarly, if we talk about the scroll part, let's see. The lazy scroll with the flat list also works here. Perfect. So now the next thing that we can break it down into a component is this section, which is our text input, which is we can break it down to add task component. So let's do that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome. Let's go ahead and create another component here that will help us to take the input addition of the task. So we say add task.js, and again we are going to create a component here. So function add task, export default of add task, We'll get some imports from here, and we'll go to our app component and see what we can get. So I will take the whole piece, so this section itself from here, and go to add task and put the return and from return we will return this JSX. Perfect. Now we see that we also need text input. We don't need this text, we need text input. So let's say text input. We go to app and see we don't need this button anymore, so get rid of this from here. Scroll view not required, text input not required. So whatever not required we'll get rid of from here. Now what we want is we want this two functions to be also taken there. Add tasks. Alright, first thing first, we first go here in this and see, okay, first we miss the styles. So let's get the style first. So I will create this, and we have this, and let's see what styles we can grab. So we will get this input box and input container as our styles, and we leave the rest of the things in here. Perfect. So we solve the styles issue now. Yeah, that is solved. Perfect. Now we have the on press here, which is asking about add new task. So how to solve that problem? But add new task is present in here in the app component. This is what we see. So what we will do now is there's a task input handler is also present here. So what we will do, we'll take this state variable into our add task component because it makes sense to have it here, and we will have the handler also there. So now we get the data about adding the task here. Perfect. And now what we will do is we want this on the on press, we want this as well. So for this what we can do is in the props we will assume we will get this. So we'll say, so let's first create a new function here. Function, let's say add task. Let's say it that way. Okay. And what we will do now is we'll bind this add task here. Add task. Okay, perfect. And now we have the props here. So we go here, and in here we are going to first access our add task component. So add task, and in here what we will do, we will say add task, or I can give this name as add new task, doesn't matter, it can be any name, and I can bind this add new task here. Perfect. So now I can access this add new task in my component. So I can say props dot add new task. Done. Now let's see what is happening. So here we have the task handler where the input changes. We have we either call this method, it sets the task. Here is our task. So now we need to pass this task to the parent add new task function. So now our parent new add new task will take the data new task, which is coming from child, and then we can say new task. Perfect. And if we check here now, everything looks fine now. Let's go ahead and test. Alright, we use state is not fine, so we need to get use state, import that from React. So copy this and import it here. Let's see if we have the issue solved now. Button, yes, indeed, we are missing the button. So try to import all those fields that you are using. And here, if we say task 1, perfect, we have the task 1. 1, 1, we have it. One small thing I would like to do as an improvement, as soon as we enter this one, we should clear this field. So that is very easy to do because here this task is bind to, if we set this one to empty, after this, then the value of this task will become empty, and then in this field here, we can say value equal to task. So now if we go and try to add a new item 111, see, it now disappears. So this is how we can empty the data. So this is how we can break down our app components into smaller components and make this whole app component much smaller. And the segregation is now happening in different other components. So this is responsible for adding a task. This is for displaying the details of a task. And each will have its own style. We could have passed the style via props, but that's not a good practice. Styles try to keep in the component for that particular component. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's see how to apply conditional rendering like we used to do it in React JS, where we say based on certain item or boolean or some condition, render this or render that. So if we see here, we have these two data. Let me reload it by pressing R on my console. So here I am in the console and press R. So if I press R, it will reload and all this data will be lost. If you see, there are no tasks, but still it says your tasks. It doesn't make sense from user perspective. So what we will do now is apply conditional rendering and hide this item. So this is our text element. So what I would like to do is I would like to say based on certain condition, show that else don't show. We know that this task list will have data. Initially the task list will be empty, which means length of it will be 0. So I will apply a ternary operator here and say task list dot length greater than 0, then show this, else show a text which is empty text. Let me paste this one here. So now what will happen is if I go to the page now, you see the your task is gone because now the list items length is not equal, not greater than 0. So it is gone. But now if I enter task 1, See, your task appears and also the task one appears. Now, as soon as I enter these items, this list has one, two items, and two is greater than this. So this condition becomes false, this condition becomes true because 2 is greater than 0. And once it is true, we get this output. Earlier it was becoming false, so we were getting an empty text. So this is how you can do conditional rendering in React Native, and it is no different than regular React.js. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's go ahead and implement the logic to delete an item. For that, we will go to the app component, and in here, let's create a function to delete an item. So function delete task, and let's put console.log for now. Delete called. Now we need to pass this on the child. So here we have our task item. Let's have on delete task and pass this function. Now we go to the task item. We can also go from here by pressing Ctrl and click. In here we can use that. But now we want to have an effect that when we tap on the item, it should get deleted. So for that, in React, we have something called pressable. Of course, earlier we used to have touchable and its flavors, but now that is going to get replaced, and the best practice is to be used as pressable. So the whichever item you want to be pressed as a tap, you should wrap it with pressable, and then on the pressable you have on press handler or the event where you can have your handler now, which we have passed. So props dot paste that on delete item. Next, cut this and paste everything here. So now let's go ahead and check the console. Let's go to our element, click this. So you see it says delete called, delete called. So now from our child component here, we are able to call the delete function in the parent. So next we have to delete that particular item from this list. So let's do that in the next video. Welcome back. Now we want to delete the item from this list for a matching ID. So now we need to send an ID from here into this function in the props that we have set, which is bind here. So let's say we are sending the ID and we expect the ID here. Then we need to remove the item from this, which is matching that data. So I'll say set task list, and again we will do it the same way like we have done earlier. So here we have the current task list, it's a function, and from here we'll return the current task list, and then we'll call the filter function, which is just a JavaScript function. It is like exist on the array, like we have the map function similarly, and what it does is it takes another function, and what it does, it gives us individual tasks. So let's say it gives the task, and now we need to add a logic in such a way that here false condition item gets removed. So that's how it works. So here we have the task, and now what we'll do is we'll say task.id, which is from here task.id, because each task will be returned here, each task will be given here. If that is not equal to the ID that we have got. So if the task.id is not equal to this, which means that the condition will be true and it will not be deleted. But as soon as this task is equal to this task, then this condition will become false and this particular task will be removed from this list and whatever is left out, it will be returned. That's how it works. Alright, this is going to do that magic. But now when we come here, how do we pass the ID to this? There's no option. So we can do it in two ways. Either we will add another small function like we did here. We added a small function and then we called a props.dat and passed the task. Similarly, we can pass the ID. Or we can also call the JavaScript function on this, which is bind, which takes two parameters. One is this, another is the data that we want to pass. So in our case, the data is props.item.id. Now, if we go to our app and try to click here, you see it gets deleted. So we say task 1, task 2, and maybe any other task. We click, it gets deleted. If I touch it from my phone, tap, it's also deleted. So that's how you can implement the delete functionality. Again, I've used this as a separate way, but we can also use it like this by creating a separate method and calling the props method, which is the parent method from here, and passing the ID. And then you can call this method from the onPress. So this is it for this video. Thank you. Welcome students. Now we will look at how can you do certain validation. Let's say somebody now clicks on this add task without entering any field here. So you see an empty data. Similarly, anyone can enter empty information to our application. And this can be having more than one fields like some username, email, password, phone number, or maybe more such things. And we don't want the user to add empty data. So how can we achieve that? So again, as React Native is built on React.js, which is a JavaScript, so like we used to add validation in React.js, same way we will add validation here. So if we go to our add task item, this is the function on press where we add click on the add task. So here what we will do is we will basically check if we have the task, which means if there is something in the task, only then we will allow this to happen, else we are going to print a message, alert message. So in React Native there's something called alert component, so just type alert and then it will be added, and then alert is the message, and here we can say this field, whatever message you would like to display, cannot be empty. And then if you save this, and now if we try to click here, we get this message, this field cannot be empty. And if we add task 1 and click here, the task 1 is added. So in this way, we can add validation to any component or any kind of UI that we are creating here, which has input boxes or drop downs or radio buttons. We can add similar validation rules and display proper message to the user. Thank you. Welcome. Let's work on the styling part. So here we are on the task list item. So what I want to have a ripple effect on the when we click on this one. So there's a property here on the pressable says Android ripple, and you can see the documentation of pressable for that. But I know that, and it takes an object where we can apply the style. So we can say color, and let's say the color will say for now as hash E 6 times E. Save it and let's go and see how it looks now. So we'll add the task here, task 1. Let me add another task, task 2. So it's not visible. So for now, what I will do is I will make a 0, 0, 0, 0 just to show you where it is. So it is appearing on the outer border of the task. So we'll say task 1. You see, if I click and hold, there's a black color boundary at the corner here, this one. That is the ripple effect. But this is happening outside. What we want is we want to have it inside. So what we will do is we will take this whole thing, pressable thing, inside the view. So in this way you can apply different styles to look to make your app look prettier. So now if I go back and see, if I click, it happens inside it. But then it is not covering the whole area. So for that we need to do something. So I will take this padding, I will move it here in the text itself, on the text level, on this level. So now let's go and see. You see now what happens? So this is the effect you can get. And indeed you can apply any other styling that you want here. So this is it for the video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now what we want to do is we have this thing. So as soon as we type something, it appears below as item. When we click on it, it is gone. But what I would like to do is I want to place this inside a model pop-up, this input box. And when we click something, that model pop-up appears. We enter the data, and as soon as we have click on add, the model disappears, the pop-up disappears. So for that, we can do it very easily in React Native. So we go to this section and then we wrap this whole thing with something called as model, which is provided by React Native. Save it. If you go now, we'll see it looks ugly because the model is this one and it's occupying the whole screen. But what we want is the model should only appear on click of a particular button. So for that, what we will do, we will go to our app component here, and in here we will say basically make this component dynamic to appear or disappear. So for that, we will need a state variable. So I will say const show model set show model, and we'll give the default value as you state false, which means by default the model will be hidden, the pop-up will be hidden. And we'll create a handler here, function show model handler, and here we'll set show model to true when this is being called. Now we will take this, and in here we will create a button. We'll have the title, add new task, and let's give this button a color. We can use the any color for now, let's say red, and the on press here should have this handler called. Alright, so now what I will do, I will take this background color and also put it here in the color. Let's see now how it works. Still, our model appears like this. The reason, because we have not used the boolean which we are setting here to hide and show the model. So we can use an expression like this. If this, only then show it. Let's save it and see how it looks. So here we have the more add new task button. Alright, what I would like to do is I will use a different color because the color is quite light. So I will take this color for the button. Okay, here is our buttons. So apply that. And if I click here now, let's see what happened. Show model handler, it should go there, and we should, let's quickly check, set show model to true. This is false by default, that is correct. So the button title on press, it should work. Not sure what happened. Let's reload our app. Press R here. Let's see what happens after reloading. So it's still building. Alright, it says complete. Click here, and here is our model. But then the model appears sharply. So let me press R again. It's loading. Click here, the model appears sharply. There is no animation or anything, so it doesn't look that good. So what we will do is in the next video, we will try to apply some animation to this model. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we will do is we go to the model component, and here we see there's a property called visible, and also there's a property called animation type. So what we will do here is we'll go to our model in this screen, and in here we'll say visible equal to, and then animation type equal to, there are three options: slide, fade or none. So I will use slide, and this one we will say props dot visible, and we'll pass the value from the parent. So instead of doing this kind of hide and show, we'll say visible equal to, we'll pass the show model boolean to our component. Perfect. And if we go now and check how it looks, so we see a nice animation slide effect is happening. So we have to now work on our model styling. So let's do that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now what we would like to do is modify this section in such a way that we can style this model pop-up in a better way. So what I would like to have is this box should take the whole space, and there should be two buttons here: add task and cancel task. For that, we have this text input. So I will create another view here, and then I will get this button out in this view. Now these two views are going to act like parallel to each other. So let's see how it looks. So it looks like this. So what we will do is, this input container is having flex of 1. That's fine. But we don't want this as row. We will have it as column, which is the default. Now let's look how it looks. So it goes here because now space between them is quite big. We would like to get rid of space between. Instead we will say center. And now it looks like this. Next thing what I would like to do is I would like to have another button below this and say cancel. We'll get rid of this now, and this button will help us close the pop-up or model. Okay, and now I would like to style this section. So here we'll create a button group or button container or button group class, a style object. So I will say button group, and I will say flex direction for this button group. I will say as row. So they are in one row. So now if we see, they are in one below another. So what we will do now is we will try to apply this now. So here we'll say style equal to styles dot button group, and now these two are like this. Perfect. What then we have to do is we have to take this view and put it inside the bigger view, otherwise the flex one is not getting applied. So I will put it here. So now this big one occupies flex one, and all its child items are flex column, so one below another, and this button group again flex row, so one outside, one adjacent to another. Perfect, this looks great. But now our buttons are quite clumsy, stuck to each other. We would like to style this. For this, unfortunately, we don't have any styling that we can do on the button because style is not supported here. Although we can use the pressable component and create our own custom button because the style attribute in the pressable, we can return custom styling from it. But then there's also another workaround. What we will do is we'll create a view around our buttons and put the button in that view. Now we can style this view in such a way that it occupies some space for each button and there is a gap between the two buttons. So paste it here. Perfect. And now we'll create another style called button style. And what we will do is we'll have the width of each button style to be 35%. Remember to give it in the quotes. And we'll also have the margin around x-axis. So we'll say margin horizontal as 10. Now we'll take this and apply on the button, which is this style equal to style object, and we'll apply the same on this other button view also. If we check our buttons now, let's click here. They are looking great. Of course, we need to give some top. So we'll say in the button group, margin top as 10. So here we have our buttons and this is aligned to each other side by side. Perfect. So in the next video, we will further continue with styling our model and also applying the logic for cancel. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's look at how is our model looking like. It looks like this. Although we have to do something about this, maybe we can go and change the input container here. So what we have here is the input box. So we make the width of the input box to let's say 100%. Let's remove the margin right. Let's see how it looks. All right. But we need to also have the okay margin top. Let's add more here. 15 for the button groups. So it is a little bit more pushed. And we need to apply some padding on the top level input containers. So let's add padding from all round. Padding of 15 px from all sides. Perfect. This looks good. So this is our model styling done. So in the next video, we will focus on adding the functionality for cancel and add task button. Thank you. Welcome back. Now what we have to do is whenever this cancel is clicked, then or this is of course empty now, but as soon as we enter something and it is clicked, then we should be able to close it. But that's not happening now. This model is still appearing. So how can we solve that issue or how do we implement that functionality? So we go here. In here we have show model handler. So let's create a hide model handler function. Hide. And then we set it to false. And then we take this and when the add task is done working, we call this here to hide it. And the hide model handler we should also pass to our add task here so that when we say on press we need to do something like props dot hide model. So this we need to pass from our function. So here in here we will say hide model. That's our function that will pass from here. And in this case, the function name is hide model handler is what is passed. So now hide model is being passed as props, and here it will be available. And then when it is clicked, it will cancel the model or hide the model. So let's see how it works now. So if we click on cancel, the model is hidden. If we click on add new task, we add task 2. Click here, it's hidden. If I click this, it's gone. So this is how we can now hide our model whenever the job is done. So this was it for this video. Thank you. Welcome. Now let's go ahead and see how can we add an image to our application. So here on our add task, we would like to add an image. So in the add task model, we will add that image. But let's go ahead and see how it would look like. So here we would like to add an image somewhere here. But if you see now, it looks weird. We have this border, the border. So let's go ahead and fix that first. So this border is coming because of this particular thing, and there's also a margin bottom. So let's remove that. So that's gone. Perfect. And now to add image, we would like to do something. But before that, let's give this a background color. So background color as, let's say we will add DDD 6Ds. There's one extra. So let's go and check how it looks. This looks like this. Maybe we change it to something else. 322 6B6 or D or 6. Alright, it looks like this. Maybe it's too dark. You can take it from anywhere, but for now I will take it, let's say I will say bit more lighter color. So let's go to color picker, and if we go and take this one, this is fine I think. So let's take this one for now, apply this. This is okay, this is fine. So now what we will do is we'll try to add an image. By default, you get in the assets, you get some image. So we will utilize any of this image, but you can download an image and put it in assets, or you can also create a folder here called images and put that image here and refer it. So in here in the add task, we would like to add an image somewhere here. So how do we do that? There's an image tag in React Native. We click on that, we import that, and this image tag has a source attribute where we have to do a require or to the path of the image. So we say require, and then we give the path of the image. So this should be relative path. So our component is here. So we have to move out of this folder, then go to assets and then choose the image. So let's say I will say dot dot slash assets assets assets. If you have images folder, then go until there, and then I will say icon dot png. Save it and let's see how it looks. So this image is quite big. Let's style the image. So we'll create another image style here, image style, and we'll say width of 100, height of 100, 100, margin of 20. Let's apply this on the image tag. So we have the image here. So we say style equal to styles dot paste image style. So here is our image. Perfect. You can similarly choose any other image and it should be fine. So now we'll say task 1 and click here. Task is added. Get rid of it. Click again. You can add the task. Of course, the border that we have on the input box, border can be made as 000 so that it is quite evident now. So in this way we can add images to our application and everything works fine. So this was about adding images to the app. Thank you. Welcome. Now that we have developed this app, but we would like to have this app on Play Store or we want to install it in our phone. So how do we do a build? Of course, you must be thinking we would need all kinds of things like Android Studio or other things, but then I'm going to tell you a way with which you don't need anything to install in your computer. So the first thing that we would have to do for that is we have to go to expo.dev website. So this is the expo.dev website and sign up on this website, create an account. After that, go ahead and run this command from your computer. So here, cancel this for now and run this command and it's going to install the CLI for doing all the expo build. Once this is installed, then you have to go to the documentation again and click here ES login. So let it install that. Now run ES login. It's going to ask you username and password if you haven't logged in again or already not logged in, then it is going to ask you the username password of this account which you just created. So provide that credentials here. So for me, I have provided the credentials and I am now logged in. Then you run this command, es build this command. Of course, it depends upon what kind of build you want to do. But to configure iOS or Android project in ES, before running our command, we should run this command. So run this command and then it's going to create some file for us. So let's go ahead and run this command. So click all. So then it's going to create this file es.json. Here there will be build with development and preview and production scenarios. So for us, we would like to just create a build not for production, just for getting the APK and installing on our computer on our smartphones for that sense. If you have a emulator installed on the computer, you could also install it on your computer. But let's say you have to just create a build for Android, you can take this command and run it now. If you run this command, then it's going to run an expo build. But then it is going to run this in the production mode and it's going to create a package which I will show you. Let me log into expo. It will create a production build for you, which is like this for the Play Store. If you are going to build using this command, but then you have to directly publish, you will get an option from, if I click here, you will get an option to submit this to App Store directly. But what I want is, I want to run a preview build so that I want to first test it on my computer or phone before running a production build. So here I'm going to go to my notes file and take this command and then I will run it for preview build. As soon as I do enter, hit enter, it's going to start the build in the preview mode for Android. And after it has done the build successfully, it will give us a build detail. So if we go now here to home, if we refresh, this is the new build which is running. So this is going to be an internal distribution preview build, which will give you a APK file to download and install. Like this was a preview build, which was done 35 minutes earlier. If I click here, it gives me an option to install. Click on it. You can scan this or copy this URL or scan this and you will be able to download the APK and install it on your phone and test your application. So this build is continuing now. It's going to take some time. So I will leave it as is, but I already showed you how you will get an idea how you will install it after this build is successful. But if you have built it for production, then you will have to, it will look like Play Store build, not the internal Play Store build. Here, if you download this package, it will be a complex package which will be in a format which will be supported by Play Store. So to test, make sure to do this build, and if you are final, then do a production build. For testing, as we have run a preview build here, so this build is still continuing and it's going to take some time because it's doing all the steps. But again, after the build is successful, you will get a link here also to download and install. You can click on this link or you can go and click on the install for that. Let me show you that, which was this previous build, preview build. You can click install and install the app on your phone. So this way you can basically test your application on your phone. So this was it for this video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we are going to create another React Native app, and in that we are going to learn about navigation and API calls. So let's go ahead and create a new React Native app. So I'm going to copy this command, go to the location where I would like to create the app and say CMD, paste it, and in here I'm going to say my React Native app, hit enter. It's going to create the whole app for us. So I'm going to stop the video and when it's done, I will be back again. Thank you. Welcome back. Now I see our app is created. So go in this folder and type here cmd.exe and type npm run Android. But before that, make sure that you are connected with your phone with USB and also your phone is you can see it on your screen when you have the screen copy on, and it is going to now you can open the expo here. So now it's trying to load. Just say R here, then it's going to load your app. The new app also will be loaded, built and loaded on the phone. Similarly, as many apps you can develop, just make sure you run npm run Android and press R to reload so that new app will be loaded on your phone. So it says Android build complete. So here we have the new app loaded successfully. So now from the next video, we will start to explore the React navigation. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's go to the browser and open this website called reactnavigation.org. And on the get started page, we will find this different page or different sections where it is going to help us basically implement React navigation. So make sure you are on the right version because this 6 is the latest version. There's some minor change from 5 to 6. So I'm going to go with 6 version, which is the latest. So first command that we have to install is or use is this one if you're on Expo. But if you are not on Expo, then you have to follow the different commands which is for bare React Native project, which are these commands. But as we are on Expo, so copy this command and then go to your project. For now, I have opened the project in our Visual Studio Code Editor. So I'm going to click on New and paste this and let's install this dependency. In the meanwhile, let's check if we get a Chrome or in extension, not the Chrome extension, but extension here for React Native fast development. So let's see React Native, what are the different extensions we have. So let's see here we have React Redux React Native snippets, which is already installed. It says React Native Redux for ES6. What does it do? Let's check. Scroll down. Alright, there are different kinds of different extensions available, but I think I already have an extension, this one, which is also providing support for React Native snippets. So I'm not going to install any other extension. If you want, you can install this one, which I have, or you can explore one of the ones in this extension, which is providing us a good way so that we can develop faster. So these extensions help. So now I'm going to go back here and as our npm module is installed, so let's move to the next one and run this next command. Again, make sure you're running the expo commands. Let this get installed and then we need to basically go and alright. So we don't have to do much here, but yeah, if you are not using expo, then you have to run different commands like this one, and then for iOS also you have to do this something like this pod install, and then you have to for Android add this code in the main activity class. But that's our not the concern because we are already using Expo and those are out of our scope. Our commands were the Expo oriented. So now let's click here React navigation, and in here also we have to install this navigate native stack. So let's go ahead and install this as well. Whatever we are installing is getting added to package.json, so let's explore that as well. So here we had React Native navigation, Then we had installed these commands, and now we are installing the native stack. So let me close this and open it again. So this is the native stack. So that's it. These are the libraries we need to install, and in the next video we are going to go ahead and implement the navigation. For that, we would need to have this object created, create native stack manager, and in that we will get two properties, screen and navigator. Using these two, we are going to create the complete navigation like this. So let's continue in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back, students. So it's time for us to go ahead and create few components that we would like to navigate between. So here I'm going to create a folder on the root level called components, and in here I'm going to create a first component, let's say home.js, and another component I would like to have is, let's say, dashboard.js. You can give any name, this is just for example. So now we would like to create some React Native components. Of course, we have a choice that we could go ahead and just write down the code, but what I would like to take in as an example here is to show you the power of extensions. If you remember, in React.js also we use extensions which would create some code for us. So here if we go for React, here we will have already an extension installed. If you don't have it, please install it. This is the extension, and this works for React, Redux and React Native as well. So this is the name of the extension owner. So this is the extension you should install. I already have it installed. So I'm going to just say rn, and then you see it gives me rnfe, React Native functional with export. Click on it and it creates us the component. Perfect. And let's go and do the same here. rnfe, and it creates the same thing for us. Perfect. So these are the two components that we got now. So next thing what we have to do, we have to go to the app.js and we have to get rid of all these things that we have. Let's clean this up and we keep our app.js very lean and thin. Nothing in this. We would also get rid of this for now. And we would go ahead and let's say include our home component here, self close it, and the dashboard component here, self close it. Let's go ahead and see how our app looks like. So this is our app, home and dashboard. Of course, it's not big and fancy, but then it's a good starting point. So in the next video, we are going to go ahead and apply our React navigation in the app component. Thank you. Welcome back. Let's go ahead to the documentation, and here we are going to go ahead to the section where there's an example how to add navigation. So here what we will do is we'll go and import these two components, which is navigator container and create native stack navigator. Let's go ahead and copy and import them. Then we would come and create an instance of the native stack navigator. So let's create that. Alright, we could either create it inside the app or outside the app. So let's go ahead and create it inside the app so that for the scope purposes it would be good. Alright, so we have created the stack here. Now you see the JSX or the piece of code that we have to return from here, it is like it's wrapped inside a container, navigator container, and then we have stack dot navigator, and in that we would like to have the multiple stack.screens for each component and its routing URL. So let me copy this and we are going to modify it according to our need. So in your app, just copy this and then take it and paste it here. Perfect. So here it was already created a home screen, but we have our home screen in a different way. So let's go ahead and style it now. So here we are going to say name of the screen will be home, which is the URL, and then our component name is actually home. That's the name of our component. Similarly, press Alt Shift down arrow, and then we will get another link which is dashboard, and here we will have the component as dashboard. But then which page or which component to show by default? For that, here in the initial, there's a property initial route name URL, and if we want our dashboard to be, if we don't give anything, by default it's the last one. But if you would like to have the dashboard to be the loaded for as a first, then if we give this one, then by default when we will restart, it's going to load dashboard for us. So let's go ahead and see. Press R. Still says home. Let me cancel this and npm start. So when the app loads now, it's going to see which is the initial route name and it's going to take that name and go to that component and it would load that component here. So let's wait. So press R. So it's building. All right, now let's see. And here you see now it loads dashboard. So by default, we ask it to load dashboard here, so it loads dashboard. Similarly, if we change this to home, next time it's going to load home when our app starts for the first time. So if I again press Ctrl C, stop the server and start it again, this time instead of dashboard, we will see it will load home. So let's wait for it. So this is that screen which you want to be loaded when your app starts as an initial screen. So similarly, you can have many other screens and you can decide what you want to load first. So it's building. Let's press R here. It's trying to reload the app. Sometimes it takes time, so we have to keep patient. And sometimes you might get this kind of problem also. So what you have to do is you have to unplug your USB cable and then plug it again. Make sure when you are unplugging and plugging it again, it will ask you on your phone to go and change it from the charging mode to the file transfer mode, and then you should also allow for debugging like a USB debugger. Only then it will work. So now it failed, so I will press Control C, and then I'm going to unplug my USB and plug it again. So now I have done that. Let's check. Alright, perfect. So we have our app again working. So very quickly again, if you get disconnected with your USB, make sure you unplug your USB and connect it with your phone. Restart the apps, and if it says this, then do one thing, go ahead and open the Expo app again and click on that particular app which is showing on the Expo, which is in my case my app, and then it will automatically reload. So we have now applied navigation in a way that we are able to navigate between different components and also have the initial route. But what if from within this component we would like to go to this component, and from within this component we would like to go to this component? How do we achieve that? For that, we have something called as props that we will use. And what happens is in the stack.screen, we will automatically get an object of navigator, which means in this component props, we will get the navigator object. And using that, we can also navigate from our component to another component and again back from this to this component. Let's go ahead and implement that in the next video. Welcome back, students. Now what we want to implement is in the home screen we would like to have a button on clicking which we should go to the dashboard, and then in the dashboard we should have a button which should, when we click, it should take us to home screen. So let's go ahead and implement that. So first thing first, what we would like to do is let's style our component a little bit. So I'm going to copy this piece of inline style and I'm going to go and paste it in the home. Also, I will paste it here. So if we go back to our components, it should look like this. Perfect. So now what we will do is in our component here, I'm going to create a function const go to home. Let me put it this way, the arrow function. And here we'll have a button, regular button. You can style it with anything what you want. But for now, I will just say title, home, and I will say on press go to home. Alright, let's just type it. Sometimes it behaves very strangely. So home, okay, I will completely write it. It's okay. Save it, home. And now when we will click on this button, it will come here. But we need to go back to home. So as I mentioned earlier, this navigator object gets passed in every stack.screen. We have it. So now in the dashboard, we also have this navigator object. So we can access it with the help of navigation. So get rid of this. So we can use the navigation object. So here, if we try to type the navigation, it won't be available directly like it is happening now. So why? Because here this navigator object gets passed as a props to the component. So which means that we need to go here and add the props here like this, or we could directly destructure the navigation from here, and then we can say dot navigate, and inside this we need to give the name of this particular thing, which is name home. As soon as we give this one, our app should be good for reloading. So let's reload it. So let's go ahead and implement similar function in home. So I'm going to home here, and in home we will take this, go to dashboard, and let me add it here as props. So you can also call like this props.navigation.navigate, and now it will be dashboard in here, and then we need this button. So go ahead and copy this button, put it here, go to dashboard and click on take this one, paste it here. Alright, so now let's check what is going on. Again, we have this problem. So click on home and open the app. It will try to reload. Let's see, it is reloading. It says it's downloading the app, the updated version. So it says cannot find variable button. That is true. So we have to import this, paste it here, and we also have it here. Right. So now let's check what we got. So here we have in the home page. If I click here, it should go to dashboard, but it says navigation dot navigate. So we have a spelling mistake here. So click as navigate. Perfect. Let's check the other one as well. Navigate. This should be navigate. That's the function. But you don't have to remember anything. So now if we click here, it goes to dashboard. We also get a nice back button from here. But you can click go dashboard, click, you go to home. Dashboard, home. Alright. So there are other methods also in this navigation object, which are go back and other things. You don't have to remember here. You just come here and click here, moving between screens. And here you can have, let's say, this kind of scenario. And on click, it takes us to that screen. And here you can apply on press navigation dot navigate details, and we get it as a props as we already saw. So now during navigation, this navigate method is going to take us there. Similarly, here you have other different, if you want to go to multiple routes, there's options. So here we can say go to details again. So here it says navigation.navigate, and here it gives navigate. But if we have, we can also say push. So if we do a push, then it goes back and again it goes back. So there's kind of screen slider. So you can push multiple screens on top of each other. Can we have a data being passed when we are navigating from one screen to another? Let's see that in the next video. So you can find an example here, which we are going to implement in the next video, how to pass data from while navigating from one component to another. Let's do that in the next one. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's say we want, while navigating, we would like to pass some data. So how we can do that? So here, if we want to pass some data while navigating from our this screen to other screen, we got some options here. So in the navigation dot navigate function, we have something called route name and then parameters that we want to pass the parameters. So as an example, if you see here, we can pass this as an object, this whole parameter thing. And this parameter which we pass now in the home screen, we can get it in the details screen like this. We can pass route because we can in the props we get navigation but also route, and then we get all the params from the route like this, and then we can use them on our screen. So If you see, we can use them directly like this. So let's go ahead and try it out. So what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and try to implement this example itself. So go here. So from our home screen, we would, let's say, have a couple of state variables whose data needs to be passed. So let me create const name set name equal to use state, and let's say we'll keep the default value of the name as John Doe, and we'll have another field and alt shift down arrow, and let's say as department, and let's say we say department ID, let's say department ID. So we have set department ID, and its value we can pass as 345. And now we want to pass these to data while navigating. So as we saw, we have to pass it as an object here while navigating. So if you see here, we would like to pass this as an object. After the route name, you pass it as an object and you give the specified data. So here we will bind our state variables. So first is, let's say, name. We will use the name, and department ID we would use as department ID from the state variable. Perfect. And now this data will be passed to the dashboard. And in the dashboard, we would like to get it. So we already are having this, we are destructuring the navigation. So we'll also destructure the route. And in the route, what we will do is we will grab our data like this. So we'll do an object destructuring here. So we will say, so route dot params, and in this param we will get these fields as values. So name, so we'll have the name here, and we will have also the department ID. So we can get the department ID. So now if you want to make an API call from here, you can make an API call, fetch the data based on department ID, store it in another state variable, and then you can show it. But let's say I want to show them here. So I can say text name is this, and the department ID is, let's say, this DEPT ID. So now if we go back and go back to our component, if we click on dashboard, we see that name John Doe, and this is already available in the dashboard, which is being passed from home. Welcome. Now let's look at how we can implement a go back functionality. So let's say we are on our home screen and we click on dashboard. It takes us to the dashboard. Of course, clicking on home will take us home, but what if I would like to have a go back screen here, go back button, and clicking on that, it should take me to go back. So let's put that here. So I'm going to say button, and in the title, I will say go back, and on press, I would like to call a function. In that, we will just say navigation dot go back, and if we save this, of course don't forget to close the button. If we save this, we will now see a back button. So if we click on that, it takes to the home. Click on this, it takes us back. So in this way we can go back and forward, either using go back or the home button. So another thing that we can improve on this is, right now we are, whatever we have in the home screen, We are just passing this as a hard-coded values, John Doe and the ID. But we can take it as an input from the user and then use that. Like we have already done that by using a text input field, and on text change we can set these values. So let's implement that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we want to have on our home screen couple of text input boxes, and as soon as something is entered we should set the value in name and department ID and pass those to the dashboard. For that we will take the same concepts into account which we have already learned in the past while implementing the task manager. So in the add task, we used to have a state variable, we had the setter function, we had the input handler, and then we also did some validation. And finally, on the text input, we were binding this field. So let's do the same thing here. Go to the other screen and we can create couple of text input. I'm not going to do the styling. That's pretty much understandable. It's easy. We can do that. So let's input. Yeah, it's already imported text input. So with the value, we will bind the state variable, which is the name. And then let's create the handlers const on change name. And this will be just able to take the name value, and then we will set this as set name to. We can set the value like we were doing here. So in here, this takes an input and we set it in the set variable, and this is what we bind it here. So the same thing we are doing it on that place. So here it takes the name input and we will set this into the set name state variables method. And then we are going to take this and apply here as on text change, on change text. We could use this, or we could use what we were using here. So on change text, and here also we have the on change text. And then of course you can enter the placeholder equal to enter name. And remember, on you have to give this here. So now if we see, the placeholder should hold the value of what we want to display to the user, and then we can close it. I'm not going to worry about the style part. That is fine, we can ignore that for now, the styling aspect. So let's go back, and in here we have the input text input done. So let's create another text input, and then we create another method here on change department ID, and we say department input, department ID as input, and then we set this here in the department ID. Perfect. So let's save this one, and now we bind this department ID function to this one, and here we'll say department ID, enter department ID. Let's reload. So I will press R here for reloading the app. So let's wait for the app to reload. So here we have the alright. So if we see here, let's make this as empty string because the default value is defined here, and also this is empty string, empty data. So now if we see our yes, so here if we say Johnny and let's say we enter 1 2 3 4 5 6, click there. So we get Johnny 1 2 3 4 5 6. Go back. Let's modify to Peter, and if we change these two, see something like this, we see that reflected here, Peter, and then this. So you can either go home or go back. So this is how you implement input boxes and take data and send it to the next screen. We can also do some validation here if about the name should not be empty, department should not be empty, like we had already done it in the tasks like this. So this was about taking input, setting it into the state variables and passing on to the next component. Thank you. Welcome back. Now it's time for us to implement functionality in such a way that it makes an API call, REST API remote call, and fetches the data. For that, let's go ahead and create another component. So let's say we'll create a movie component and let's say RNF so that it generates the functional component for us. So here's our movie component, and let's add the navigation here. So I will say Alt Shift down arrow, and then I'm going to say movie. Let's import that movie component. Perfect. And on the home screen, let's add another button, Alt Shift down arrow, and we call this as movie, and we say go to movie, and let's create a function here that will help us navigate to the movie screen. But what if we would like to just go to the movie screen on click of instead of click of a button, we want to go to the movie screen on click of an link tag or an anchor tag. Let's try to implement that. So to implement that, like an anchor button and then there's an href, we still have to use the button tag, but we don't have to always create like this. If we just have to navigate to the next screen, what we could do is here we can say the function, and then we can say props dot navigation dot navigate, and then you pass the screen name where you want to go. So this will act like a anchor button click, anchor tag that we used to have. But indeed, you need to have a button tag used, otherwise it won't work. So let's go ahead and test it out. So here if I click to movie, it takes me to the movie screen. Perfect. So now we are able to navigate to the movie screen. That is great. So now in the next video, we would like to implement this functionality further where we say if the user enters a name of a movie and clicks on search, we should fetch the movies matching that criteria. So let's implement that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's go ahead and see how we will have our movie screen look like. So click on movie. So here we are. So I'm going to grab this style from this section and we go to the movie, and I'm going to wrap this around. So let me put the style here first. So let's see how it looks now. So it's here. We don't want it to be exactly at the center. Instead, what we want to have it. All right, that was we should remove this one because by default the flex is column. So we should remove this and it should be now at the top here. And of course, now I would like to give again, we'll not worry about the style part. Of course, we can create that. So here let's create an input, a text input, and then we create a state variable const movie, let's say search text, and we say set search text. Initially, we will have use state and initialize this to empty. So use state is already imported. So now we'll create a const search on search movie. Let's say we'll say text input, and we'll say set search text. We will set it here. Perfect. And then we can say, of course, value equal to, we can set this to search text, and then we have on change text will bind the on search movie, and placeholder we will add as enter movie name, and then let's create a button here, button title as find movies, and we have the on press, so that we will now create. So let's create that const find movies, you can say, we'll call this, and for now we will just bind this, and we will just do a console log of console dot log of search text. For now, let's do this much and try to see if everything is working fine or not. So go to movie. Let's say we enter the movie name as Home Alone. Click on find movie and we get Home Alone. Perfect. What we would like to do is take this Home Alone value, make a API call, REST API call, fetch the data and display it at the bottom somewhere here. So let's implement that in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. In order to fetch movies through REST API, we will take help of this OMDB API. And you can go ahead and register here, then you will get an API key. After that, you can use that to make the calls. So like this. So if we want to fetch a movie, we want to search a movie, let's say, with the name of the movie title, then we can make call something like s equal to, because if I search, we can call like this. So here is an API. So this is my API key. You can also use that if you want. And then OMDB API key ampersand and s equal to anything you add. So I've added home, so I get all this matching movies for home. If I add it, let's say spider, I will get search results related to Spider-Man movies. So I get a title, I get a um, type, a year, and then poster which you open, it's an image. So all these things we get. All right. So let's go ahead and make this call from our code. So we go here, and here what we will do, we will go ahead and write the call. So you can use again Axios to make the call, or use the normal JavaScript fetch function. So let me use the JavaScript fetch function for now. So let's say movies object, I will call this way, equal to, we'll say await, and then we'll say fetch. That's the function. If we make this as fetch, we should make this as async. That's the rule. And here we need to pass the API. So I will copy this. Everything remains same. I'll put them in string literal and pass this. And just for the last part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this with dollar and then our state variable value. So now it will fetch us the movie. So this is, let's say, the response object. Let's declare this as response object. Then we need to get our JSON data out of it. So what I'm going to do here is, let me pull this out. So here I'm going to say let movie object equal to response object dot JSON. Again, we have to put an await on this. Await. All right. Now we will have some data in this. So let's go ahead and do a console log. Console dot log of this movie object, and we are going to comment this one. So let's see how it's behaving now. So go to this. We make a find movie call, and there we have our movies object. So here we have the response. So then this object we are going to get in the movies, we need to make do movies dot search, and then we'll get this array. Let's do that. So it's a movies dot search. No, this is the search. So this one, copy this, paste it, and let's hit this time again. So we should only get the result as the array. Perfect. This is perfect. And then what we have to do is we have to just set this out in our state variable. So in this, we need to have a state variable const movie list, and then we say set movie list equal to use state, and let's put this here. Now we will set movie list. So now we will comment this out, and we'll say set movie list to the object. And after doing this, we can also set the search text to empty so that we can search again. Perfect. Now, in the next video, we would like to loop through those movies and show it on our screen. Thank you. Welcome back. Now, what we would like to do is we would like to loop through our list like we have done in the past with the task list. We want to loop through our movie list to show it in a flat list like this because the flat list is good for performance. It fetches the data when we scroll the item. So we would like to implement something like this for our movies. So let's go ahead and do that. So here I am now. So below what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a view and then we'll say text found movies, found matching movies, let's say matching movies. And then what we would do is we will now create the flat list here. So flat list, and the flat list will have certain properties. The first one is the data, and this will bind to our state variable, which is the movie list. Copy this, bind that. Then we got our render function, render item, and this is going to be again a callback. So let's have the callback, and in this we'll have the each movie that we get, each movie that we get from the list, and then we are going to create the render item or the text item that we would like to render. So here, let's go ahead and do that. So now in this, what I will do, I will say first text, and then I'm going to say movie dot movie dot, and then we have to check what is the field. So title. So let's have movie dot title here. Movie dot title. We could do some styling if we want. So for now, let's see if we are able to get the movies. So we go to the movie, we say home, we say find movies, and we have the error. We have got a problem now. So let's see what is the issue. This movie list should have the data with it. Render item, it should give us the data. We are of course all right. We have to change this to item. That's what we get. Let's try again. So home, we don't have anything. Let's see what happened. Something went wrong again. Scroll all the way down. Nothing happened. So we need to do one thing. We need to return this from here. If we don't return it, then it's not going to work. So let's go and check now. So here we have all the movies. So Let me change it to now Harry. So we have Harry Potter and this part 2, all this matching Harry Potter movies. So now if I would like to wrap this and this and return multiple tag items from this, I can do that. So what I'm going to do now is going to put this, so I can decide to have image and source require. Let me close this. Although we have to wrap this again inside a view because that's a rule of React also. We cannot return JSX, it has to be wrapped in a parent. So now this is going to be our JSX. So we have the movie and then let's have the movie release here. So let's see what field it is. So we have the year, YEAR, and in this require we can put the name of poster. So we can say item.poster. Although we may have some problems for styling, but let's see. And then we see how it looks. So are there any problems here? Let's see. Require. Looks like we got an error. So for the movie, for the poster, what if I would just not give this one? Because we know that to fetch a movie, if to fetch an image which is part of the assets, we use require. But how do we provide a URL? Because we have a problem here. Cannot find variable image. That is true because we haven't imported it probably. That is correct. So now if we see, dismiss this. Let's reload, press R. Let's wait for the application. Go to movie. Let's search for home. Find movies. Here we have the, we don't see the image, and maybe that is because we still have to give require. Let's go and find out the require. Maybe we have to put this one again in the bracket. So there's some syntax issue now. That's what I feel. So let's fix this one. How to show the image when it's a URL. Let's fix this in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So now let's go ahead and fix it. How to get the image when it is a URL. So what you have to do is simply, instead of using require, this time we will say, we'll put an object and we'll say URI and then paste the poster. But still we will not get the image because we are missing one small thing. Let me show you. We will still have problems with showing the image. We got all the data, but there is no image. The reason is we haven't given any style to the image. And if we don't give any style, the image won't appear. So let's give the width as 120, height as 120, and maybe a margin of 15. Now let's go ahead and see how our application works. So we say Harry, and there we go. We have the images and movies and everything mentioned here. So what I would like to do is I will increase the width to 200 and height to 150. Let's see how it looks now. So this looks much better, but of course you can work on the styling. So now we have one tiny problem that this is always shown. So what we could do is we could hide this section by applying the ternary operator. So we could say movies dot list dot length if greater than 0, only then we have this. There you go. So if we go now and see, click on movie, we don't see anything here. We type, let's say, home and click find movies, and we get all the movies matching with home. Perfect. So this is working very nicely as expected. So this is how you can take input, make API calls, get the data, show them in the screen. Of course, you can work on the style part, but then apart from that, this is how you perform different API call operation and use the data. Thank you. Welcome back. Now let's say we want to build this movie and use it as an APK file in our local phone. Of course, we already know that how to do it. Let's go ahead and quickly do that for our movies app project. So I'm going to go to very quickly to the notes section, which was here. And then what we will do is we'll just run this command from the root of our folder. But before this, remember to have an account on expo.dev and then log in to the expo from your terminal. So let's go to the movie app, run this command. It's going to create the file that is needed for us to build the app. And as I am now already logged in here, so it's going to create another section for us for a movie app or my app in this case, which is the name of our app. So I'm going to wait for this build to get completed and then I will continue. Now that this command is running successfully and has been completed now, next command was to run this on the preview mode so that it does not generate a build for the production. Otherwise, if you don't run it in the preview mode, preview profile, it will generate a production build which will get pushed to the Play Store. For now, we don't want that. So I will run this command and this is going to instantiate a new build on our Expo. So it's asking me whether to use the same account. Yes, indeed. So it's going to do the build now on the Expo dev server. So we can leave this for some time. It takes some time. So we are going to leave this and come back to it when the build is done. So while the build is running, do not touch this. Let it continue until it's finished successfully. You can also monitor it here. So soon it will also create a new React Native my app RN, and then you can monitor the activity there. So I will see you in the next video when the build is done. Alright, so before we conclude, we see an error. It says, would you like to automatically create an ES project? Yes. Creating this on Expo, combine error. It says there was a network error. So retry this because there was a network error, so I could not reach there. So I'm going to retry this again. So let's wait. So here it also created this es.json file which was needed, and then we are running the preview profile. So let's see what it says. Yes. All right. So now it is running the app. So here, would you like to? Yes. Basically, it's asking with which package you would like to have your app. So I would say yes. What would you like your Android ID to be? So we can say what it is saying: invalid format of Android application, alphanumeric characters dot underscore allowed, each must be having this. All right. So give any number followed by a letter. So here we can say yes, hit enter. So whatever was default, I'm going to use that. Don't type anything. If you type follow this pattern com dot my app, that is going to be the application ID. Generate a key store. Yes. So it's created the key store now, and now it's running the ES build. Just be careful about this. So yes, for automatically creating the project for the application ID, just hit enter. And for creating the key store, give yes so that it can upload the build from your computer to the dev server here securely. That's why it's creating the key store. So let's refresh what's happening. So here we can see the my RN app build now, and here there's no build yet, it says. Let's see what is going on. Again, there was a timeout, so you need to keep retrying. It will definitely succeed. Sometimes it's also your network connectivity. So let's wait. So now it says the build has been successfully started. It is also able to connect now, and now it is doing the build here. So it's now waiting for the build to complete. So if we refresh now here, we should see a build ongoing. So here is our build, which was just started less than a minute ago. And if we click on that, we can see the logs and other things that is happening. So build is waiting in the queue. So it's going to take some time. So let's get back when once the build is ready, then we can have the APK file which we can download. If you want, you can also notify yourself. It's going to send you a notification when this build is done. But we will not wait for the build to complete. It's going to take some time, it says. So I will be back when the build is completed. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we see that the build took some time, but eventually the build is finished. And the build took some time because that we are using the free tier of Expo Dev. That's why it takes some time sometimes. And then after the build, you get this build link, and then now it's asking whether you want to install the app which is built on your phone or emulator. So you can go to this build as I have already opened it. In here, you can click on install, and it gives you an option to scan from your phone, and then you can download the APK and install it on your phone. And once you have installed it, you can use it like any other app. So this is how you can build it in the preview mode and install it on your phone and test it. But if you would like to build it in a release mode for production release, we have already discussed that in the task manager applications, so you can follow that steps. So this was it for this video. Thank you.